Good morning, chat. Hope everyone's doing well. Switching to creator mode. Stream manager. Why isn't this loading? Hmm. Hmm. My stream manager with the Twitch app is not loading. Matter of fact, Twitch isn't loading. Good, isn't it? Some fucking losers shooting people in the legs in the dark in a corner, not moving. Headshot. Well, there went fucking 15 minutes of my life that I spent building that. I don't fucking feel like building a gun. I'm just gonna run this stupid shit. Where's a fucking... that'll work. Hold on, what am I looking for now? Skier. I wonder how common that stupid shit is gonna be. People just sitting in corners. Probably pretty fucking common. The Escape from Tarkov player base pretty dog shit game. I fucking hate this rig and how it looks. It's disgusting. I hate fucking looking at it. Should probably shoot this gun before I just go. Oh, let's do that. And we're breaking down. The camel's back. Melancholic. It's really, really annoying that mine doesn't let me do the thing. Maybe I have. No, man. Ads are running. Still. This one got latent ads. Strange. This person. My clip bot. It stays up right here. Um, what the hell's wrong with those servers? Something's not right. Something is not right. Did they change them? The fuck is Northeast? Why do all of my... What the fuck? to check this weapon now. Gotta pull it further than that. It might actually just be better single fire. Like an SR. I don't like it with that. I'm starting to like those sights less and less. Starting to like those holographics less and less.
Ну чё, шкура цела уже неплохо, а? Ну чё, нормально?
Yeah. It's for free.
Зачем, бля, чё? Ага, вот тут, короче, друган мой бывал точно. Ёпра, блин, все отбили на...
I can't see anything. Where are the other one? Where are the other two? One or two. Curious. Who's over here killing things? Let me find some meds and it's over for your bitch ass. Ah, not literally Nikita. Not literally Nikita.
Ну что, неплохой день, да? Четко все. Сейчас к барыгам, короче. Потом по бабам.
That's weird. This is odd. This is odd. Here's the other one. He ain't got no BP no more though. No! He no longer has an ABP. Roadkill though. There might be a single round of BP in this gun. Woo! Can't have anything nice, bud. I don't like factory at night anymore. It's just a bunch of fucking players sitting in the dark. Just a bunch of players sitting in the dark. Going to plug 50. Take it easy. I visited the first two. Damn. She was talking. He was talking about his plug. I don't want back in the game. Oh, ain't acting the same. Yeah. Who's a cultist? Well, I'm done going to factory. It's just a bunch of fucking losers. Bunch of fucking cheaters, head-eyesing people and shit. Sitting in corners shooting people in the fucking legs. This quest has completely ruined this fucking map. Same thing with Shoreline. This BP quest has just fucking ruined the map. None of them are worth fucking playing. It's just a cesspool of fucking degenerates and cheaters. It's not fun. It hasn't been fun. And it's never gonna be fun this way. Six. Let me get a bank robber or something. Below on you. In time shape. So the book on my boost mobile, I boost the crime wave. Playing mind games. But they take your last name. Which is after your last dollar, they take your last name. Right, my brain. So I ain't never stressing. Bitch, I'm catching blessings. Panoramic roof up on that coupe. I look like George Jetson Space Ghost. Thanks. Now I got a gas mask when I make dope. No. That shit's dangerous. Space Ghost. Got a gas mask when I make dope. So fentanyl is something that is so fine, and when I say fine, I mean the molecules are pretty small. They could, you can, it can get into your blood through your skin, thermal contact. Epidermal contact. Sorry, not thermal. Epidermal contact. It can fit straight through, and it can kill you in those quantities. It's the scary part. If you get enough on your hands, it can definitely kill you. And God forbid you inhale some of it at the same time. If you don't have a tolerance, you probably OD right there. Very dangerous chemical. Like super opium, super duper exponential multiplier opium. Bury me with ratchets. Not like kerosene. Just don't get carried away. Then you ain't been in none. But look what I converted to from the end burners loose out convertibles. My finger never can point you no pussy. Best when it's moist. Got a hammer and a plug from a plug I met in the joint. Hammer and a brick. Catfish Deutsch. That's our rules. You gonna need more guns and lucky horseshoes. Nick took a L, but a few lost in my view. Two gold Cubans like I'm trying true hard to shine. Yeah, it really is annoying that this even happens. I'm gonna die with the symptoms. The butcher coming. 300 grams on that brick under pie and the sixes. The butcher coming. Maybe. Nope. I can't figure out how to reliably do this. Like, it just doesn't work. I don't want any of this shit. I lied. I am a liar.
All right, no cheating. Stand by. Yeah, no, kid.
What are you talking?
I don't like
You're high as fuck.
I don't like Kodak that much, but I like this song. Moneybag did a really good job on the production, and CMG.
Was Micah's legit? Was it a wad? Was it an errant shot? It's gonna come down to a vote.
Errant.
Fired.
I don't care.
Next up is Mozambique.
Whoever loses gets fired.
2 to the chest, 1 to the head, and we'll see who wins.
Yeah, well, go.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, well,
All right.
go.
Aiming at the feet of the target. Everybody see that?
Yeah, if you guys feel like rewinding, you'll notice this is much lower than his previous low ready. Shooter ready?
Yeah.
Stand by.
Ooh, low on the head box. We're counting that? No?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's rectangle is BS. The whole head.
No, no, no. every other time I've been to this range. If you don't hit it in there, since
That's eyes. That's head eyes. This is just head.
we're gonna start a war.
We're gonna start a war.
That's out.
Bold words from somebody who lost the drill. Shooter, are you ready? Stand by. He's not even aiming at the feet. Look at that.
Oh, look at his low ready.
Oh,
Low ready.
caught him.
Yeah.
Caught and wait.
Oh,
forward.
Got him.
Caught and
Look at
forward.
his low ready.
Shooter ready.
I wonder what I'm. Okay, let's do it.
Stand by. That's pretty good. That was 114. What was my time?
113.
You're a little bit closer than we were standing on that side.
Okay, I'll back up. I'll back up.
All right.
Okay, I'll back it if we.
Okay, I just want to double check.
Just want to double check.
All right, shooter ready?
Yep.
Stand by.
Ah, safety. It didn't go up.
Oh, fuck that kid. Stand by.
He missed. He missed top. He cut his hair. Hey.
Yeah.
I mean, he hit the. He did hit it.
Get that 120.
Yeah, but I hit a better spot in the head.
Do we want to pan to mine? So if I do this, that's you're dropping.
This shot's more lethal. That's a brain shot. That's like you could survive if you plug
if
it like
slug
Scott.
went through the middle of your face, the whole face is gone. That could skim. Look at that. Look how many Russians are out there with just stupid Spectrum heads, and it just skims right off.
All right, one per target, and we'll see who wins.
You know what?
Yeah.
He just said that. No. Holy fuck. I thought he was gonna get faster.
Good. Yeah. That was a wad. That was a slug.
That's the wad.
No. Look, there's lead on there. You need to go back to the Sonoran Desert Institute, dude.
I would, because they're a great sponsor of the channel, Snoring Desert Institute.
He put his hand in the wrong patch.
Course of fire.
Oh yeah, baby.
Stand by.
Mid ready.
Oh, 132.
That looked good.
His was a 126. On.
I guess he's mad at me.
Yes.
Stand by.
2.
Line break.
That counts. They were all hits. They were all hits. They were touching line.
Oh no! What?
That's a wad.
Oh, let's
It's obviously a wad.
154.
This one will come down to a vote. Who do you think won? Get in the comment section and comment. It comes down to style.
It comes down to what you can shoot, and Charlie can shoot guns, but not cameras and guns.
But I can shoot guns while wearing a lab coat. Thank you, Desert Snoring Institute.
Desert Snoring Institute.
Next one, we'll be shooting the ballistic dummy lab. Next up, we'll be testing the ballistic capability of the Gen 12.
Bro, you can see it in his face. He's like, holy fuck, I don't know how we're still sponsored. Every time.
So we have buckshot, and we have this.
Every single time.
Why is it so small? Next one, we'll be shooting the ballistic dummy lab. Next up, we'll be testing the ballistic capability.
Boop, boop.
It comes down to what you can shoot, and Charlie can shoot guns, but not cameras and guns.
But I can shoot guns while wearing a lab coat. Thank you, Desert Snoring Institute. In what, 90-degree heat?
Next one,
You can see it in his face.
Next up, we'll be testing
Every time he messes up
So we
SDI.
have, buckshot, and we have this bullet. Why is it so small?
I don't know. It never finished growing. There are actually a lot of people out there that can only move from here up.
All right, we have Federal Flight Control buckshot, pretty powerful, and go ahead and we'll run it and see what happens.
Ooh, that last one hit him in the
Guess
dome.
That 10 rounds of buckshot would do that.
Yeah, thank goodness the government's encouraging us to get a shotgun. I mean, look at
Thank God the government's encouraging to get a shotgun.
But the Gen 12 is a weapon that I've always been very excited about.
Right. I was going to clear my cache, press play.
I think compared to a lot of firearms that we're seeing right now, it is actually doing something interesting and innovative, especially in the shotgun world. Now, to be clear, these new Gen 12s are actually different from the previous Gen 12s that I've used. So with these newer ones, you actually have separation of the muzzle device off the barrel. So it is a short recoil operated weapon. So the barrel is actually moving independent of the muzzle device itself. Now, to explain this a little bit more, we do have Cody with Genesis Arms. So we're gonna go ahead and welcome him on. Cody, come on in. Yay. Why are you?
God, hold on. So tall.
Some would say too
Look at
big.
this dude. He's fucking enormous.
Let's go in.
You know, we usually never let people who like are in the company talk because it's usually pretty retarded when they say anything.
Try not to disappoint.
You want to explain a little
It's
bit about how this
usually pretty
mechanism works?
retarded.
So if you're familiar with Gen 12, like Mike said here, it is a short recoil operated system, so the barrel reciprocates. There's no gas piston or direct impingement system that's going to cycle the bulk carrier. So the barrel is going to move rearward. That creates the initial inertia for the cycle of operation, and then you're going to have the semi-auto function of the shotgun with the magazine fed.
This was primarily based around breaching, correct? That's one of the reasons that you did that?
Yeah, so we had a request to build a breaching shotgun, and the request was how small and how short can you make it? So we built the SBM line, which is the suppressor breacher model. So it gives you the fixed muzzle device, allows you to have a suppressor fixed and not require a booster, and it gives you the ability to have contact with either a door jamb or other objects and maintain the semi-auto nature of the firearm.
That is pretty
Okay.
sick.
Really
now,
is. Really is super duper sick, bro.
From there, a lot of
We're
people
gonna
are
run a
familiar
different
with
map
the lower
on our
receiver. Here's what we
PMC,
are.
but I'm
PMS 308 pattern lower receivers, correct?
I am not going back to factory today with my PMC. It's just a fucking cesspool.
They're interchangeable, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Correct. If there was
Hell, you can barely get out on a scav.
Our upper could go on every 308 out there. The idea behind the Gen 12 was to create a upper receiver and a proprietary magazine, so we could basically retrofit all 308s out there with a 12 gauge upper receiver.
And then the
Okay.
buffers, obviously there are a lot of different types of shotgun ammos out there, from your shitty Walmart ammo to the full power buck and slugs that we were running today. So you can tune that with the buffer, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, we try to fine tune it so you can shoot low brass 1,200 feet per second out of the box when you get it, but it's just a standard 308 carbine buffer spring that you can get from a multitude of different manufacturers.
Awesome, man. Well, I appreciate you explaining some of that. Get out of here. That way we're not influenced by you guys.
Thanks.
Get out of here. That way we're not influenced. He's so big.
He was trying to do it before the cameras came on. I was just trying to do it back.
Full disclosure, we do know the guys at Genesis Arms. We've worked with them before on the previous review, so there's of course that there. But as is usual, we're not afraid to pull any punches. For this review, we did split the ammunition as far as the ammunition. We've worked with them before
Watch.
on the previous review, so there's of course that there. But as is usual, we're not afraid to pull any punches. For this review, we did split the ammunition as far as the ammunition used. Full power buck and slugs are hard to come by, so.
Yeah, this thing is so small.
That, and then these firearms do belong to them and not us. So that is our full disclosure there. But as always, we're going to be completely brutal, as we always are. Getting into it, there is one problem that you really do run into on the Gen 12, and that is that with the 12 gauge recoil.
Hey, there, just players still in here, bro. Everywhere. Just everywhere. Tanks no longer tank things. Yeah, we got it.
Ёпра, блин, все отбили на... Пожрать бы, конечно, вообще не помешало бы это.
Сейчас оттолкну и скрипак.
Як баригам, короче, бабам.
Put that on every put that on those. I don't have any of these mags. Getter mags. Getter mags. And one day we'll make it, we'll be all straight. Oh my god, I'm gonna die any day. Mama, I gotta say. And one day we'll make it, we'll be all straight. If I'm alive, bro, my god, I can die any day. I'm gonna die anyway. Mama, I got saved. I'm shooting people in the legs. Actually, PBM will destroy people's armors. No, I made that bitch a fool. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, this one's for armor. Heads. To do good against heads. I'm gonna watch this next. Minis, you know, back to today. You need to. Mama, I got saved. got one grenade.
Okay, we got bears. Now we got a goddamn scav.
Okay, we got bears. Now we got a goddamn scab.
Oh, look at him! Goddamn pussy! Bastard!
Got a bunch of desync there. I don't even care at this point. You and your teammate are both dog shit. Him and his fucking teammate were bad. They were hiding. They were hiders. Yeah, I'm really over this task. I'm not doing it anymore. I'm not even restarting the fucking thing. Not even restarting the fucking thing. Not bringing good gear in for the rest of the day. Matter of fact, we're gonna start running naked so there's more scabs in every single raid. For everybody else, on my server, I'm gonna make it a pain in the dick. That's my goal. And I'm sticking to it.
Ёбра, блин, все отбили на...
He's quiet. Holy fuck. Okay. But they don't sit still very long, my god. Holy shit. He is zooming, bro. He's fucking zooming. This guy's chasing them. He's chasing my mans. Where did he go? Oh shit. What? Why did you do that? Holy shit, they run everywhere. They're checking spawns. This fucking thing is checking spawns, bro. No way. Well, that's fair. That was a cultist, I think. That was that cultist I was following. Because I killed that scav. It's fine. I cut around Black's leg with one bullet. Let's get 300 of those. I hate when scavs chase others. Like, I hate when player scavs chase me and like won't come back. Like, they won't press F1. It's not hard. It's really not hard. Just press F1 and you won't die to other scavs. Like, it's not a hard concept, bro. Especially at night in Night Factory. Like, I would, bro, calm the fuck out of your scav, dude. Like, especially during this event. Are you kidding? It can't do anything but help people. And it's not hard. It's not hard to do. It's really kind of, I mean, yeah, it is what it is. I'm just nitpicking now. I'm complaining because I'm dying. Or because I'm killing scavs. I'm just complaining.
On June 18th, 2023, Titan, a submersible operated by Ocean Gate, went missing in the international waters in the North Atlantic Ocean off the coast of Newfoundland, Canada. The submersible was on a tourist expedition to view the wreckage of the RMS Titanic with 5 individuals on board, including the founder and CEO of Ocean Gate, Stockton Rush. Due to the estimated 3 days of oxygen supply, there was a huge rescue effort by the US Coast Guard and Canada's Coast Guard, which was unsuccessful until early on June 22nd, when evidence of the wreckage of the vessel started to emerge, leading to the tragic conclusion that the vessel imploded in the ocean depths and there were no survivors. As an engineer, I'm furious about what happened and the different shortcuts that were taken. We'll go through all of that today. So let's try to figure out exactly what happened. Let's start with what we know about the company operating the Titan submersible. Ocean Gate Incorporated is a privately held U.S. company operating out of Everett, Washington, that provides crude submersible.
Crude submersible. I don't like the... He started with the word crude. That's a... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Guys, this is not good. We need to get we need to reset. We need to reset so I still have legs. -1. I forgot meds.
Oh, fuck! They got me!
Run through. Yeah. Oh yeah, we're watching the video.
For tourism industry and research and exploration. The company was founded in 2009 by Stockton Rush and Guillermo Solin. Stockton Rush wanted to be an astronaut.
Stockton Rush wanted to be an astronaut. The ocean's deeper than our mountains. We haven't explored our mountains or our oceans very well. 38 versus 165. How much is it to buy for these? Cheaper. Scooston. Heavy bleed. Let's move one of these up here. Actually, let's move all of this up. Get some grenades. And I need a...
So he got his commercial pilot license, but because of bad eyesight, he could never be a military pilot. So instead, he moved from San Francisco to Seattle to work at McDonnell Douglas as a flight test engineer for the F-15 Eagle. After attending the launch of Spaceship One in the Mojave
Engineer.
in 2004, he decided he didn't want to go up to space as a tourist. He wanted to be like Captain Kirk on the Enterprise. He wanted to explore and pivoted his pursuit to undersea exploration. He was married to Wendy Rush, a descendant of Isidore and Ida Strauss, two people who actually passed away on the sinking of the Titanic. Which
Really, that's really weird. That seems like he sought her out for that exact reason. That's weird.
Events happened during a deep sea tourism expedition to explore the wreckage of the Titanic, which sunk in the northern Atlantic in 1912. Before we get into the specifics of this particular tragedy, let's put just how difficult deep sea exploration is into context. It's easy to be in awe of aviation and space exploration because breaking free of gravity and flying through the air seem like such a feat. But in many ways, deep sea craft
It's much more
greater engineering challenge. It all comes down to pressure.
increase in pressure. It's just so hard, bro.
7 pounds per square inch. That pressure is the result of the
But it doubles every 33 feet.
above us all the way into outer space. All those air molecules above us pushing down results.
Yes, it's columnar. So air pressure is literally the air that sits above you all the way up to the lowest level of the atmosphere. Or actually, no, all the way to the highest level of the atmosphere before you get to space. It continues to lessen and lessen and lessen because there's literally less air above your physical body. So gravity is effectively not only a rotational force, it's a air oriented force. So, the best thing to do is to just get all of their knives first, I guess. That's a flashlight.
Ну чё, неплохой день, да? Четко все.
No, it's not. It's this light. Really weird. Oh, free. Don't mind if I do, my dude. Just got 90 rounds of PPBS. Well, 88, no, 90 plus 1 in the gun. Not just yeah. Heartbreak Hotel.
Water is a much more dense fluid than air. So for every 10 meters or 32.8 feet you dive, the pressure increases by 1 atmosphere or 14.7 psi. The Titanic is sitting on the ocean floor at about 12,500 feet below sea level. The two broken parts of the ship, the bow and the stern, are more than 2,600 feet apart and surrounded by debris after over 100 years of being in the bottom of the ocean. The wreckage is 400 miles off the coast of Newfoundland in Canada. You can see here.
Wow, that water's
Let's put this
cold.
depth into perspective. Imagine laying on your back with a 1 foot by
There we go. Sick. We really needed that. That raid. Just to make us feel good. If nothing else. I really want I think I have everything I need now. I got a light. I got yeah, I definitely have everything I want and or need. I'm going to run ads, chat, so that they don't run if we make it into the end of a raid. 29 minutes before I can complete this quest. Yeah, definitely think the move is to use this to kill all the cultists and get the knives, and then to for this, right? I think right now that is goal. That is a good goal. Not fuck the scabs, right? Like fuck the scabs. We have this. 100,000 XP. I've never completed Night Sweep. Now I can complete Night Sweep though. Like I didn't even think about that. It just completely dawned on me though. Just dawned on me that I could use this for that. Wow. Duh. Duh.
A 1-foot board, okay? And
All right, chat. I'll be right back. I gotta go use the restroom real quick. Heck, I'm not dead yet. How much time we got? Um. I got shot from somewhere completely different. I don't know. I don't know where that dude was. Like, I have no idea at all. 856A1, he was probably sitting in a corner. If I had to guess, he was probably sitting in a corner.
and how much weight you'd feel on that board. At 100 meters, the size of a soccer or football field, we have the pressure of 10 atmospheres or 145 psi, which means on that 1 by 1 foot board, we would feel the weight of 20,880 pounds. That is 4.7 Tesla Model Ys. At 381 meters, 1,250 feet, we have the height of the Empire State Building in New York City. At this depth, we would feel 37.4 atmospheres of pressure, and that 1 by 1 foot board would feel the weight of 80,000 pounds. At 490 meters, we have the max dive depth of the C class of US Navy submarine. Here, we'd feel 48.5 atmospheres of pressure. That 1 by 1 foot board would feel the weight of 94,800 pounds. At 828 meters, we have the height of the Burj Khalifa. Here, we'd feel 82 atmospheres. That weight on the board would be 173,520 pounds. Now, this is around the same depth as the deepest diving submarine in operation today, the Oscar.
So, the reasoning for this is, if you think of this as a solid column in a 1 by 1 foot yeah, 1 by 1 foot column of water, right? This is the weight of that one column of water above your physical body per 1 foot of mass, right? That's 173,500 pounds of water in a 1 by 1 foot column above you. Now, there were cases when they started building bridges at depth, like the Golden Gate Bridge, I believe was one of them. It's called caisson disease, and it's from the bends, right? But it's from like the bends. It's really odd, like even in my brain, because the bends occur from the pressure, this psi, pushing oxygen into your body, right? Okay, once you get over a certain percent, it becomes toxic and you start getting neurological symptoms. And then you get physical symptoms and your body stops working. So they were going up and down in these caissons, and they were literally getting the bends, which is strange because there isn't a column of water above them. However, there is an increased column of air whenever you're not at sea level. So anything below sea level is an increased pressure, even in the air column. And that in itself can cause the bends. Just anything over 1.0 atmospheres. Well, not 1.0. It's got to be above a certain buffer. And then you start to take on more.
Class submarine in the Russian Navy. At 3,800
Wow.
meters sits the wreckage of the Titanic. Here, the pressures are 376 atmospheres. That 1 by 1 foot board on our chest would have the weight of 797,000 pounds. The Ocean Gate Titan.
Now, think about it. Like every time you go up 1 atmosphere, the volume of water in your lungs is decreased by a factor. So the volume of air gets lower, but the percent of O2 in your blood gets higher. That's why you breathe nitrogen and then helium at depth. So like if you ever hear divers speaking straight from depth without a voice modulator, they sound like this. They sound squeaky because they're using helium to breathe. It's a heliox mix. It's helium oxygen, and it's because you don't want it'll push too much oxygen in your blood if you use straight just air. You'll die. But it's funny to hear them talk without their voice modulated at depth. But a lot of bigger companies use voice modulation just because it's easier to understand and hear, and it's not a tinnitus kind of voice, the tinny voice. You know how helium sounds.
Now that might sound insane, but actually it's not even the record for the deepest human beings have been. That honor goes to James Cameron and the Deep Sea Challenger built in Australia in 2012. The Deep Sea Challenger reached the deepest part of the Mariana Trench in the Pacific Ocean, the deepest point on Earth. at a mind-boggling 11,000 meters or 36,000 feet. Here,
Yep.
we'd feel 1,090 atmospheres of pressure, and that 1 by 1 foot board would have the weight of 2.3 million pounds on it. Compare that to the difference in pressure of an airplane at cruising altitude of 36,000 feet, where outside the pressure might be 3 psi, and on the inside between 10 and 12. And that hopefully puts in perspective why more people have been to space than have been into the deepest parts of our oceans. Now let's talk about the red flags that plagued OceanGate from the get-go.
Get like 10. No, we don't even need that many. This is the way. We're gonna go drop motherfuckers. Red flags.
Sounds like a walking scandal ready to happen. First,
Ocean Gate.
of the Titan required that the hatch be bolted down by 17 to 18 bolts from the outside. This means there's no way for the passengers inside to open the hatch. They'd have to rely on ground.
Bro. Would never get in that fucking thing. Ever. It's literally. It's. No fucking chance. That's so dangerous.
Ground crews to open it. Now, this is understandable because of these deep sea vessels have to be incredibly tight. They have to be very strong.
I mean, understandable, but
and that's all complicated. But I think this shows you why it's really important to have backup systems and have some
absolutely.
Sort of detonation cord you can pull to blow the hatch.
True. That would have been good. Or thermite. A thermite system to just fucking all the way through everything. That would have been helpful if they would have been capable of getting to the surface.
And that was actually one of the fears early on, is that the vessel could actually surface and be at the surface somewhere along the Atlantic.
And they would suffocate.
And still die from suffocating because they couldn't open the hatch and the air could run out. The Titan also didn't have GPS or other navigational instruments on board. And
what?
It didn't have a locator beacon either, like a black box on an aircraft.
The more I hear, the sketchier it gets, bro.
Most subs use GPS for near-surface navigation, which doesn't work in deeper waters. In deeper waters, they use dead reckoning course information obtained by the ship's gyro compass.
I think I just got kicked. That raid.
Measured speed and estimates of local ocean currents. They also rely on inertial navigation systems, which is an estimated position source utilizing acceleration, deceleration, pitch, and roll from the computers that transmit this data. The Titan, in contrast, appeared to rely only on data provided by the surface support vessel. In 2019, OceanGate published a blog post explaining why the Titan was not certified by any ship authority, which is a huge red flag. OceanGate stated, "The vast majority of marine and aviation accidents are actually a result of operator error, not mechanical failure. and argued that classification focused solely on the physical state of the vessel and not the corporate actions, which are characterized as a constant committed effort and a focused corporate culture of maintaining high-level operational safety.
What?
That sounds like absolute
Bullshit. Yeah.
Journalist David
That's
Krogh, who rode on the Titan to view the Titanic in 2022, noted during his expedition the surface support vessel lost track of the Titan for about 4 to 5 hours and mentioned that adding a locator beacon was actually discussed during this event. They could
But they
still
didn't.
send short text to the sub, but they had no idea where it was. It was quiet and very tense, he says, and they shut off the ship's internet to keep us from tweeting. Oh my God, that is
What?
terrifying. And they've already known that this could happen. The craft was also controlled by a video game controller, which sounds like some cool Silicon Valley way of thinking, beanbag chairs and break rooms, but it's downright stupid. Military spec products go through incredible, rigorous testing, making them safe in all operating environments.
Bro, the goddamn thing was controlled by a PlayStation 4 controller.
Vision Pro headset is at $3,500, it is downright cheap compared to the $400,000 that it costs to get a helmet for the F-35 fighter jet. And the reason why, well, lower volumes, of course, but also because they have to go through unbelievable vibration testings to make sure the wells will all hold up, make sure that the higher levels of radiation at 40 to 50,000 feet won't do any damage long term, and to make sure absolute reliability. Now let's talk about how we got.
They love showing that new plane, bro. It's so sick, though. I love seeing it.
А ты петуха! Ну что, неплохой день, да? Четко все.
Fucking poor from dying in here. God damn it.
Titan. OceanGate started by purchasing Antipodes, which is a submersible back in 2012, which was their first test bed for testing and learning about this entire endeavor. Next, they built Cyclops 1, which is in collaboration with University of Washington's Applied Physics Laboratory. And this was a deeper sea vessel capable of reaching a max depth of 500 meters. Still nowhere near deep enough for the Titanic, but this was their next step and their next iteration. In the early design, the hull was made of carbon fiber, and the whole submersible would dive vertically with pivoting seats to ensure the passengers remained upright. Now, it was said that Boeing worked with OceanGate and the University of Washington on their initial design analysis, but we'll get back to that in a second because there's a little bit more to that story. Finally, they would arrive at the Titan, their final product that would actually be rated for 4,000 meters. One of the key takeaways about the Titan is that this is a carbon fiber and titanium hulled submersible. Now, this is really exotic in the world of materials. We've been using high-strength steel and aluminum for a long time, and we have data, engineering data on how they fail and what to look for and test methodologies. But carbon fiber is still quite exotic.
Fiber's
In fact,
different.
Any car you've ever driven probably doesn't have much carbon fiber in it. The only exceptions are really, really high-end supercars, or even in the case of aviation, more recently with the Boeing Dreamliner. But before that, we've always used aluminum and titanium and other materials like that. So just generally, there's less known about it, and it's also really difficult to make sure that you get it right. OceanGate signed a contract with Spencer Composites in January 2017 for the carbon composite cylinder. This was the same company that built the composite pressure hull for the single-person deep flight Challenger for Steve Fossett. After Fossett passed away, Deep Flight Challenger was acquired by Richard Branson's Virgin Oceanic, which had announced plans to conduct a series of 5 dives to the deepest points of the ocean.
Oh, man.
But Deep Flight refused to endorse the plan as the craft had been designed to dive only once. This is important. We'll get back to this in a second. In a statement, they said the problem is the strength of the Deep Flight Challenger does decrease after each dive. It's strongest on the first dive, said Adam Wright, the firm's president. It was designed to set the record, dive to the deeps, and then be retired as an exhibit in the Smithsonian. This is a really crucial part because sometimes in engineering,
That's
what it
just
comes down to is
stupid.
the operational lifetime and understanding it. And this might have been at play here. And by the way, I tried to go to oceangate.com to get a little bit more information, and I noticed that their site was taken down on June 22nd. So after the disappearance of the Titan in 2023, the University of Washington stated that APL, their applied physics laboratory, had no involvement in design, engineering, or testing of the Titan submersible. A Boeing spokesperson also said that Boeing was not a partner on the Titan and did not design or build it. A NASA spokesperson said that NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center had a Space Act agreement with OceanGate, but did not conduct testing and manufacturing via its workforce or facilities. Basically, all of these partnerships that they had are now being revealed that they were not really partnerships. This is a classic example of a company trying to get credibility by partnering with NASA. How good does that sound?
But NASA actually had no hand in building, testing, acquiring any of the pieces, parts, or necessary things required to build the vessel. None of them did. That's crazy. Why is the
You fucking cunt!
I don't have any grenades. Very quiet. This is too tempting to use. Like it's not good. I needed grenades. No! No way. Jammed at 92%. I think I should have just pulled out this bitch right there. Bro, they're so quiet. the craziest thing. He was gonna cut my ass. Ooh, fuck. Thought I saw him.
What exactly they did with NASA isn't really well understood. It could have just been as simple as, hey, can we rent out a little bit of space over in this corner of your facility? This is probably the most infuriating for me as an engineer. David Lockridge, the OceanGate Director of Marine Operations, filed a quality control report in January 2018, stating that no non-destructive testing, or NDI, of the carbon fiber hull had taken place to check for voids or delaminations in the carbon fiber layup that could compromise the hull's strength.
Wow.
Non-destructive investigation, NDT, non-destructive testing, is a way of checking something to make sure that it's safe without actually breaking it apart. Because really the best way to check if something is safe is to cut it in half, break it, and go, yep, it's safe. But of course, you've destroyed the product.
Then you have to build it again.
Something that engineers lean on all the time to make sure things are safe. And in the world of carbon fiber, it's that much more difficult because carbon fiber doesn't bend or yield or get grooves and cracks the way other materials do. It requires a lot of information and insight. Lockridge was told that OceanGate would rely on the real-time acoustic monitoring system, which he felt would not warn the crew of potential failure with sufficient time to safely abort the mission and evacuate. The day after he filed his report, he was summoned to a meeting in which he was told the acrylic window that you look out of was only rated for 1,300 meters because OceanGate would not fund the design of a window rated for 4,000 meters. In that meeting, he reiterated his concerns and added that he would refuse to allow crew testing without a hull scan. Lockridge was dismissed from his position.
Wow.
OceanGate filed a lawsuit against Lockridge that June, accusing him of improperly sharing proprietary trade secrets and fraudulently manufacturing a reason to get rid of him. This suit was settled in November 2018. I'm sure it was all sealed off and we'll never know exactly what was agreed upon, but that is absolutely terrifying.
Absolutely. That is fucking terrifying.
Stockton Rush used the vertical thrusters to overcome
yeah, we'll run this. This is fine. Does it have a light? Pistola. Bags. Oh. Need dollars. Sure. Bodies in the sky like it's 2055. Like it's 2055. Really nice. Arc. Coca-Cola like some water and some ice. And bitches lied. See it in my eyes. Oh, my kid, let me try drugs. Trade that for a gun. Just wanna slide. Bodies in the sky like it's 2055. She said, boy, you nice. And the thighs. Different. I know they love that line. Oh my god. Hmm. Oh, sick. Okay. That was a scat. All right. GG's, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Didn't I just calm? Didn't I calm? Didn't I press F1? Confused. I'm so fucking confused by these people, bro. Fucking weird.
Positive buoyancy when descending past 10,000 feet. These submersibles are like a balloon with air inside, right? So it's hard for them to dive. And so they have different ways and ballast systems to be able to accomplish that. But for whatever reason, around 10,000 feet, he had to use vertical thrusters to continue his descent. And when this happened, it caused interference with the communication systems between spinning propellers, the disturbance in the wake of the water coming off those propellers, and everything else. They lost contact for 1 hour. Now, Rush was thrilled to call himself the second person to solo dive to 13,000 feet after James Cameron. But if that was me, I would be terrified. I would come back and figure out what on earth happened with the comms and what can we do? Can we change the frequency? Can we have a backup system? Can we have a tether? Whatever has to happen to never let that happen again. And we know it happened again because of that report from the reporter. After these tests were completed in January 2020, the hull of the Titan began showing signs of cyclical fatigue, and the craft was derated to 3,000 meters. Now, the hull was repaired and again rated again for 4,000 meters of diving depth, but by who? And was everything done properly? It's impossible to know. I decided to make this video because I think we're at the precipice of a new age of exotic tourism and exploration, between going to the space, to go to the moon, low Earth orbit, or deep sea diving. We're at the edge of seeing more of this. Wealthier people, the people that were involved in this particular incident, always want to have that next thing. And so if we're going to do this, it's important to realize just how unsafe this can be. Unlike commercial aviation, there are no regulatory boards involved here. This is international water. The company did have to register the parent vessel that takes people from Canada, right? So that had to be registered. But what happens out in open waters is not very highly regulated. This is a really tough story for me because as an engineer, I do love ambition. I mean, building your own vessel, carbon fiber 5 inches thick, it sounds cool. But as an engineer, I also realize how important safety measures and protocols are. Aviation is a perfect example. If you ever hop on an airplane, you cannot imagine how safe you are because of all the people involved, from company members like Boeing.
Statistically, it's safer to fly than it is to drive a car.
Personnel, engineering test officials, all the way to the FAA and other regulatory approval bodies that make sure every little thing is regulated and controlled. There is none of that going on here.
If you heard about every single car crash that happened, like, bro, you would never hear any other news. What a fucking pussy. Come back here. What a loser. Stop stealing my shit. This dude's a fucking rat.
One of the first things to realize about an implosion of the vessel is that there was probably not a lot of suffering. The people probably just died instantly. We mentioned how much weight you would feel at these depths, and you would pretty much just get crushed. So Toyota shocked the world with a brand new V8 hydrogen combustion engine that could destroy the EV industry and keep the internal combustion engine alive. This one actually is kind of interesting because unlike the Mirai that has a fuel cell that converts hydrogen into electricity and powers an electric motor, this thing
Just burns
is an internal
hydrogen.
combustion engine. Like we mentioned, V8, that means 4 cylinders on either side and all the combustion bits and glory. So all the fury and sounds of a gas car without the batteries or emissions sound too good to be true? Well, Toyota doesn't think so. So today let's talk about the hydrogen combustion engine and if they can really challenge battery EVs for the future of mobility. I'm Ricky, and this is 2-Bit Da Vinci. This video is brought to you by Delete Me. We've covered hydrogen several times on this channel, and for good reason. It's the adventure. Toyota's hydrogen.
He's not gonna buy this fucking gun. Why would he? Why would he? Oop. Now let's just run the gazelle for shits and giggles. For the shits and giggles, bud.
hydrogen combustion engine is a normal internal combustion engine modified to work with hydrogen. There's a couple of reinforcements like stronger connecting rods, harder valves and valve seats, and gas fuel injectors. But apart from that, it looks and works almost exactly like a normal gasoline ICE. A hydrogen fuel-air mixture is burned inside a cylinder, moving a piston. The piston moves a crankshaft that spins, ultimately powering the vehicle.
And it's far cleaner.
Designed and developed by Toyota in collaboration with Yamaha, who worked on it for 5 years. It was unveiled in November 2021, and it's a 5.0-liter V8 based on the RCF coupe engine. This is an engine for muscle car lovers. It pumps out an impressive 450 horsepower, 6,800 RPM, and 398 foot-pounds of torque, almost identical to the 2023 Ford Mustang GT engine. It also features an awesome 8-in-1 top-mount exhaust manifold that produces an amazing high-frequency sound profile. The engine also offers a smooth and responsive driving experience, all of it with almost zero carbon emissions. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Almost zero emissions? There's no carbon in hydrogen. I know, and we'll get back to that here in a minute. Overall,
there's carbon in the tires, there's carbon in all kinds of things that are worn on a car.
Предположить бы, конечно, вообще не помешало бы это. Это что за хрень?
Fucking see it.
They'll figure it out. So that's dead PMC.
Ёбра, блин, все отбили на. Вот тут, короче, друган мой бывал точно.
Back? Oh no, that's his legs sticking up. Where were the cultists? these? Where did everything die? Because I can't seem to find them. Maybe Tagilla spawned. Or
Зачем, бля, чё? Ха, ну чё, нормально? Ща к барыгам, короче. Потом по бабам. Все,
this
пацаны,
one?
валим отсюда.
Там отсюда. Отсюда. Bro. So sad that these guns only get 30 round mags.
Though it made headlines in 2021, this isn't the first hydrogen ICE, not even by Toyota. BMW produced the 750 HL in 2002 and the Hydrogen 7 Series in 2005,
Really?
but then scrapped both. Toyota also made a couple of H2 ICE prototypes in 2021, including a modified GR Yaris H2 concept car. It sported a turbocharged 1.6-liter three-cylinder engine and came in fourth in its category in the Super Taiko series in 2021. Not bad. But hydrogen combustion never became mainstream. You see, in the quest for cleaner and more sustainable transportation, there are several alternative powertrain technologies competing for attention. The most important ones are
Electricity, yeah.
I'm having trouble hearing. Can you say that?
Shut up. Thanks, Alexa.
hydrogen
Wait.
fuel cell powered vehicles, or FCEVs, and hydrogen combustion vehicles, or H2 ICEs. Who wins boils down to the pros and cons of each. Let's start by comparing hydrogen cars in general with EVs, starting with their pros. The key advantage to hydrogen cars over EVs is that you don't have to wait 30 minutes or several hours to charge a hydrogen car. You can
Yeah.
fill a 142-liter tank in under 5 minutes, whereas
142 liters.
would easily take around 30 minutes or
Okay.
so, at least today. Range anxiety is a known issue that holds many people back from adopting EVs. I know I felt it before I got my first Tesla. That's something you don't usually have to worry about with a hydrogen car, since hydrogen has a 33.6 kilowatt hours per kilogram energy density, which is almost 70 times higher than the current record-breaking holder for batteries by Amperus Technologies at 500 watt-hours per kilogram. This means that you can pack a lot more range in a hydrogen tank than in a battery of the same weight. That said, you may still suffer from range anxiety with a hydrogen car, since hydrogen fueling stations are almost non-existent. In the US, you'll only find them in California and Hawaii, really. So no road
Really?
trips down Route 66 in a hydrogen car, at least for now. Also, once you get used to your EV's range, the anxiety really does wear off, and that's really overstated. Before we get into that, let's talk about our sponsor this week, Delete Me. Delete Me is a hands-free subscription service that will remove your personal information that's being sold online. Delete Me's privacy, it'll be more or less 400 miles.
Oof. Ads are gonna roll, chat. Sorry about that. Oi!
Fucking Ruskies! Fuck you, you fuck!
Definitely shooting him. Welp. There's that. I'm bad at this game. Actually, I'm basically bad at all games, aren't I? Sad day. I think MVGs are the way to go. I'm dying without them, bud. I'm dying without them. We'll try to run MVGs for the rest of the stream, see if we survive more. Even if we go broke. May have to wear some of those N15s. The cheaper ones. The ones that you can buy on the flea. Booty. Birds of the same feather. Now that Tequila's dead, cultists will spawn, right? Um, I let go too early. Wait, do they not spawn at all with the gillis? Made it to an early stream though. You're half awake in bed at the moment. Welcome, Face. I'm killing cultists, but not for the new quest, for shits and giggles. Actually, I was doing it for. I have a couple of cultist quests.
Shut up!
Oh shit! He just appeared. Oh no. Cultists spawn on this map? Yeah, at night. Yeah, at night. Yep. I died to cultist. He spooked me. Shrek. I got to go though. You've never seen one? They do. They've buffed the spawn rate. They're 100% spawn right now. So like they actually have like a 30% spawn rate at night on most maps now without this event. But there's a new event where where is it? I finished this. That's cool. Locate the priests. It's called failed setup. You have to eliminate 30 cultists without killing any scavs. $150K. How much is it for 1,400 rubles or $1,400? Ooh. Doesn't really change much, does it? When do I guess wipe is? I have no idea. I haven't played in a while, so you don't know about these events. %100% spawn where? All of their maps. They spawn after all of the bosses are dead off of a map. So they spawn after Tagilla dies on factory if Tagilla spawns, or they spawn before if Tagilla doesn't spawn. They spawn on shoreline. They spawn on the regular maps. It's just factory is the easiest one to kill them on because you don't have to run across the whole fucking map to find them. And there's just, you know, the one spawn point in factory over by medical tents. But yeah, I have no idea when wipe will be. That's above my pay grade, bud. It's above my pay grade. Hmm. Gross. Hey there. I don't see this dynamic going on for another month. Oh man. I know factory's too fucking full. When did I wake up today? Am I tired? I mean, I'm a little bit tired, but I got up around 6. I started streaming between 4 and 6 now. You missed. Well, I've started working towards making the farm profitable. So we have 33 acres. Been working on information about selling some of the trees off of the property so that we can replace them with more pecan trees. I'm looking at pecan, blueberry, and sorry, I forgot. Let me go to my recently watched. How do I see my recently watched? History. I don't fucking know. I don't remember. I was watching a video yesterday. There's another plant that I'm gonna grow, but that's what I'm working on.
What the bear?
I've been I sent off soil samples, had the soil tested, so I know what I need to add to the soil where I'm gonna grow the trees. I'm gonna send out another soil sample, another set of soil samples to test some more parts of the land and some different species of plants that are easier. They're pretty easy to clone, and they create a high income fruit. But yeah. I determined how or what species of pecan trees I want to buy, so that's also another good thing. It was kind of hard, or it was painstaking, I suppose. It wasn't very difficult. It was just more tedious to determine the species that I want to grow and their efficacy and resilience to things surrounding me, something that we have problems with on our property and in my specific area is pecan scad. So I was looking specifically for things resistant to that and resistant to a lot of other things, effectively making it a little bit easier to grow. So I priced that. I've priced starting mushrooms and starting blueberry was another thing. Finding blueberry that were good, and a place to buy blueberry bushes that was reputable was quite a difficult task. A lot of them have so many shitty fucking just got an ad, so I didn't hear you. Oh, I began starting stream between 4 and 6. So I'm not really tired, but because I've been doing it for a while now. But yeah, working on making the property profitable with a couple different types of plants, plant species, tree species, fruit producers. Everything should be dead, but I don't see anything. 4 a.m. when do you sleep? 10. Nine, 10. Some days I don't sleep really well and I only get like 3 or 4. But that's okay. This hallway is so fucked up. Like it gives you a flashlight even if you don't have a flashlight. That's like 6 hours, yeah. Yeah. So like if I go to bed at 8 and I fall asleep by 9, I usually get up around 4. And then if I fall asleep at any later than that, I get up between 5 and 6. So I start between 4 and 6. Just depending on when I fall asleep that night. And then I stream for 4 to 6 hours and then I go and tend to the property and do things that I need to do. I've been trimming a lot of trees. Trying to get a good shape on the pecans because they were mismanaged for a long time. When my grandfather got sick. What the fuck? It just ran more ads. I'm sorry. I don't know where everyone died. Nice, decent. Can't seem to find any bodies. Yep, 5 more ads, fuck. At a loss. Over. So yeah, between 4 and 6. And then I do other things. Cut grass, trim trees. But the trees were so mismanaged that it's gonna take a while to get them into a good shape, if ever, and they'll probably never produce. Yeah. So I live upstairs in my mom's house. She inherited it from my grandfather. It's seated on 33 acres. This house is on 1 acre, which makes it 32. There's an acre and a half over there that belongs to my brother, which makes it 30 and a half. There's an acre over here or an acre and a half over here that belongs to me that makes it 29. We have about probably 5 to 6 acres of grassland, and then the rest is wooded. But we have 15 pecan trees. We have a bunch of different bushes. We have a lot of pear and apple trees. We have some persimmon trees, but I'm trying to streamline it into pecan, blueberry, and a couple of other things. Hold on. Let me see. Library. I don't understand where these videos went. I was watching them yesterday. Fucking confused. Where was I watching these videos? Bro, I can't. How the fuck did I forget what this goddamn thing is? It's breaking my brain right now. How big is an acre? 144,000 square feet. Pretty sure. Nope. 43,560 square feet. So it's defined by something that is 66 feet by 660 feet long, which is a weird way to split it. Not a square, it's a really, really long strip. Exactly 4,046.8. So you like have no houses or anything near you? Well, the road is there. We're about a eighth of a mile off of the road. There's a house there. There's a house there. But they're on the other side of trees. Can't really see them at all. And then we have 20 plus acres that are just wooded. Yeah. Yeah, I'm really confused as to where I was watching these videos. Like it's breaking my brain. Must be nice. It was my grandfather that did it, but not me. Not my parents. My grandfather picked cotton in Mississippi. He served in Vietnam. Then he worked with his brother fixing machinery and reselling it. They sold that business, and then he bought this land with the money that he made from selling that business. And then he built a house. And then he got cancer and passed away, serving in Vietnam. His cancer was linked to exposure to chemicals used in defoliating the forest of Vietnam. Something that they're not allowed to spray now in America. Can't spray Agent Orange. So I mean, but yeah, it's your neighbor's house is like 5 feet away from your house. That's fucking gross. I don't like people at all. Can't stand the bastards. So bad. Cool. Here to fuck shit up. Yo, I'm so perplexed as to where those videos I was watching. Maybe shorts? You had a leaky faucet upstairs yesterday. Wondered why there was a puddle on the ground. Only a few hours later did I realize from the ceiling. Fuck. That's I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. That's fucking pain in the ass.
Range roughly half depending on how cold it is, from 400 miles to 200 miles in the same conditions, which can be a problem for a particularly cold day.
Maybe it was on
that the hydrogen combustion
this
process
one.
itself produces no CO2 emissions,
Your activity.
friendly option than traditional gasoline engines. But there's a catch. The engine overall does
This guy.
mainly from lubricant seeping into the combustion chamber. It also produces other pollutants I'll mention when we cover the cons. This doesn't happen with EVs or even fuel cell EVs.
Figs. Fucking figs. Figs. I've got to do soil sample for fig trees. Check it out, it's a squad. He's up here. He's just gonna hang out in those rafters, I guess, with his teammate. Now apparently you have to drain all the water pulling the ceiling, and you don't know about mold. Basically, you want to get a few, or like one really good dehumidifier. Maybe good start. How did he know I reloaded? What a piece of shit.
Also, in fuel cell EVs, you need platinum as
Fucking
the H2 and oxygen reaction. A lot of that stuff
rat squads holding angles on a solo in a fucking room in a spawn.
There's the energy
Some people are just always going to be dog shit at the game.
In the case of gasoline, gasoline is the energy storage, and an internal combustion engine is the power train, the part that converts that fuel and moves you forward. In the case of battery electric cars, you have batteries for the energy storage and electric motors. In the case of hydrogen fuel cells, you have hydrogen fuel as the storage, and you have a fuel cell that produces electricity and electric motors still. Now this is hydrogen as an energy storage medium, but
Oh yeah, they definitely will always be dog shit. They'll never play the game by themselves because they're dog shit. They'll always play like that. They'll play with their fucking friends all day, every day. They'll never learn how to play the game solo, and they'll always be dog shit. Because of those reasons. Like, if you can't play alone, you're bad at the game. That's a fact. You can't play it by yourself, you're bad. And that's okay. But like, you're still fucking bad. And playing with your friends every day is not going to make you any better at Tarkov. If they're always there to catch you, you'll never learn. Can you imagine if we never let go of our kids' fucking bicycle? We just ran with them the entire way. We'd be retarded. They would never learn. Skier? Where? Mhm. Any major QOL update? Not really. Nothing major. Not since the beginning of Wipe. Yep. Basically, Skier has the headphones. They banned Logical Solutions a couple days ago and then unbanned him a couple hours later. That was kind of funny. I enjoyed it. He got some content out of it. Got some attention. Probably not his goal, but was a consequence of what he was doing. To be fair, you really shouldn't mine people's data without asking them if you can mine their data, but yeah. I'm not an expert on it. But like, I'm pretty sure that would have deterred him. If he had built it and then said, hey Nikita, what about this? And then told everybody about it, you know, it may have been a completely different situation. But he built it, he put it in practice, and then he allowed it to be used without notifying Nikita that he was doing it. And it may not be cool of Nikita to ban somebody for that, for sharing information with the public that the public wants. It is well within his right. He also asked people to break TOS in his Discord server by requesting that they give him information on ETS, the early testing.
Ну что, неплохой день, да? Четко. Хуелоты, бля, а ты хуелоты, конец тебе, бля!
Where did this dude run off to? Let's check for a grenade real quick.
Давай, мочи!
Nice clit, pussy. He's extracting.
Сдохни, тварь! Ха, ну чё, нормально?
What you doing, bud?
Это что за хрень?
Вон он, блядь, ебашь его!
What are the chances they optimize their game next wipe? Their game has been optimized a bit more. They have done that. With my 3060 Ti, I get 100 frames on every map. Most of the time. I get pretty good frames on most maps. If I move this up to high, I don't. These settings work pretty well for me. Low gets me over 100 on every map, but this just looks better for stream and keeps it under 10 millisecond latency. This wipe, it was just lagging too much for you. Yeah, the beginning of the wipe was really bad. They had really poor desync issues. They had really bad sound issues. Sound is a little better now. You can now use this interface to adjust your sound in game with a mixer, which is pretty cool. So it's basically a digital interface. You can adjust your sound profile. You can increase and decrease your bass. You can increase and decrease the treble to match. So all of your headphones will sound the same. No, you can't do that. And no, you only get this. Yeah, so it's basically just a digital like coXLR for, so you can run your headphones through like a hardware mixer and get the same effect without any software. So it's no more an advantage than you can get with something that doesn't affect any software in the game. You could literally run your headphone through a physical mixer and accomplish the same end goal. Just let you adjust the profile. Like you can make your highs higher and your lows lower, or you can make your lows higher and vice versa. You see, like, was this recently created? No. It's part of SteelSeries. It's called SteelSeries Sonar. And it's literally the software that's provided with SteelSeries headphones. You use earbuds, you don't even use heads. I mean, so do I. But it works with anything. It works with anything. That's the greatest thing about it. You don't have to have... What the fuck? Why does your name not have any of your things anymore? You hid your icons. Why you do that? What the fuck? That was weird. Ads. Ads. It is back. That was so weird. Your earbuds VoIP is this because there isn't a mic. Hold on. I'll be back. I'm going to...
Hydrogen combustion engines as
I'll be back.
powertrain. No electronics and no electric motors at play. That's the
VoIP's probably disabled because you don't have a mic on your headset.
They're much cheaper upfront than battery EVs, and they're way cheaper than hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. For example, the average price of a Tesla Model 3 Performance with a 300-mile battery pack costs around $53,000, while the Honda Clarity fuel cell starts at $59,000, and the Toyota Mirai fuel cell costs around $50,000 to $66,000. A H2 ICE is expected to cost around $30,000 to $40,000. This could technically mean that hydrogen combustion cars are a more accessible option for most consumers, at least for now. But for some, EVs are missing a key part of the driving experience, which is the sound and feel of an internal combustion engine revving up to multiple thousand RPMs, and all the sound and fury. Even though they're not very efficient, hydrogen combustion engines work best when operated under heavy load. This gives H2 ICEs an edge over fuel cell cars and EVs in applications like heavy machinery and trucks. Another thing about hydrogen that tends to be overlooked is the fact that hydrogen stations work just like regular gasoline stations, only with more specialized and expensive equipment. They can get the hydrogen via pipes or trucks, just like normal gas stations, or they could even generate it on site via renewable sources. You can make as many stations as wanted based on your budget. So it's a scalable solution. So those are some pros, and I got through that list, but don't think that I'm an advocate for it just yet. As in all things in engineering, hydrogen engines have major trade-offs, and in this case, there's plenty of them. Hydrogen ICE's biggest drawback is efficiency, and it starts with the fuel source. Hydrogen is clingy, so you have to spend lots of energy prying it apart from other elements before you can even use it. There are many ways to make hydrogen, but in the best cases, you lose around 10% of the energy you put in to produce it. But you need to compress or liquefy it to store it, and that also uses energy. Hydrogen compression efficiency is around 55 to 80%. And at the end, you have to turn hydrogen back into energy by burning it in the engine, which is only about 40 to 50% efficient, losing the rest as heat. Remember earlier when I mentioned that hydrogen combustion engines don't suffer as much of a range penalty when it's cold out? Well, that's why. 50% of the energy is wasted as heat. So that means all you have to do is pipe that heat into the cabin for heating. You don't need to run any other extra heaters. Whereas battery EVs and fuel cells are so efficient, they produce so little heat, you have to actually produce the heat. In the end, you get an overall efficiency of 36% in the very best cases. If you compare that in the US to a lithium-ion battery, that's almost 100% efficient. In the end, you get an overall efficiency of 36% in the very best case. If you compare that to a lithium-ion battery, round trip, which is almost 80%, 85% efficient, that means that you get almost 3 times as much energy out of a battery as you do out of the same amount of hydrogen using a combustion engine. EVs are the clear winners here by a long shot, and this is probably nothing new. This is why EVs are being invested into so much. Fuel cells are also much more efficient than ICEs, ranging from 60 to 87% for a maximum total efficiency of 63%, almost twice that of the hydrogen combustion engine. That said, with adequate maintenance, the internal combustion efficiency doesn't really degrade significantly over time, and if it does, it can be repaired with an engine overhaul. Whereas battery capacity degrades irreversibly, and so does fuel cell efficiency. In the US, there's currently a very limited network of hydrogen refueling stations in California and Hawaii. That's it. This is a huge chicken or the egg problem, because until there's more hydrogen cars, who's going to build hydrogen stations that aren't going to get used? And until there's more hydrogen stations, who's going to buy the hydrogen car? It's one of those things where one company has to just jump out and build it, like what Tesla did with charging and batteries. Remember when I told you the hydrogen combustion engines are almost emission-free? Well, that's because they emit NOxes, or nitrous oxides. You see, whenever there's air temperature above 1371 degrees Celsius, there's going to be NOx formation, and H2 burns at 2182 degrees Celsius. So it would be a myth to say that hydrogen engines only produce water vapor as a byproduct. Tailpipe emissions include traces of carbon gases from the lubricants and different nitrogen oxides, making these engines unsuitable for indoor use. The cost of hydrogen fuel can be higher than traditional petrol, depending on the production method and location. Producing, storing, and transporting hydrogen can be complex and energy intensive, potentially offsetting some of the environmental benefits of hydrogen combustion engines. Also, depending on how we produce it, hydrogen may end up being dirtier than fossil fuels. For it to make sense, we need to ensure that we're using clean hydrogen made from renewable sources like sun and wind, green hydrogen, or other technologies. Japan is famous for its Red Hydrogen Initiative to produce hydrogen gas through a thermochemical process that uses waste heat from high-temperature nuclear reactors. We made a video about this you can check out here. Traditional ICEs have many moving parts and require regular oil changes and replacements due to wear and tear. Hydrogen internal combustion engines have even higher maintenance costs since the H2 tanks and injection systems are even more complex. Consequently, maintenance and repair costs for an EV are about 40% cheaper than for a hydrogen combustion engine car. One of the biggest concerns most people have regarding hydrogen cars is the thought of a Hindenburg-style explosion if they were ever in a crash, or if there's a leak in the hydrogen tank in the garage. Hydrogen is one of the smallest gases around, and it does leak out of almost every container. But rest assured, there's almost no risk to it. Hydrogen tanks are armored, high-pressure vessels designed to withstand even the toughest crash. There are dozens of videos of crash tests involving the Hydrogen Mirai, which uses the same type of hydrogen tanks that the new H2 ICEs would use. Also, hydrogen has a much higher self-ignite temperature than most other fuels, including gasoline and natural gas, making it harder to ignite and explode. Plus, it's a light gas that tends to rise in the atmosphere, unlike gasoline vapor, which accumulates near the ground. So the risk is actually less than with a gasoline car. Also, if you've seen these videos from Toyota, they've done shot tests where they'll fire rounds into a hydrogen tank, and these systems are built with pressure relief valves that can blow off the hydrogen up into the atmosphere and other venting systems. So these things are well thought out and fairly safe. So, okay, that's in the car situation. What if there's a leak in the tank while I'm parked in my garage? Am I going to blow up? Not likely. Leakage rates for normal tanks at higher than nominal pressures, we're talking like 10,000 psi and above, is only about 2.3% annually. A team of researchers locked up a Toyota Mirai with a full 122-liter tank of hydrogen at 10,000 psi in a small sealed container and measured hydrogen leak to be between 2.14 and 6.43 milliliters of hydrogen per minute for a parked car. It would take a little over a month for hydrogen to concentrate to reach a dangerous threshold of 1% of air by volume in a completely sealed and tiny garage. At the end of the day, the reason why we made this video is because this is a different approach to hydrogen. We've always seen hydrogen electric cars, but this is a hydrogen combustion car. But as we've laid out, it has all the same problems of traditional hydrogen cars, which is really low efficiency and there's not much in the way of a charge network. Why companies like Toyota continue to invest in these sorts of things is a bit of a head scratcher, especially because they were so quick to make the Prius and they had wild success, and they realized very early on that if you want to make a car more efficient, add more electricity to it. Now, I know securing a battery supply chain and building battery EVs is no small feat, but we've seen a huge result.
They're so expensive.
Exactly why this makes sense. In a lot of ways, you're keeping all the negatives of an internal combustion engine, all the camshafts and springs and seals and all the high pressure igniters and everything else, while not retaining any of the benefits of electric cars. You don't have instant torque with a hydrogen internal combustion engine car, by the way, not like you do with a battery EV. So all the benefits of EVs, not there. All the baggage of internal combustion, very much there. It's a hard thing to understand. And why I think Toyota's
Hydrogen combustion engine.
The car is largely a BMW Z4 with a little bit of a different body shape, but the engine is BMW and so is everything else. When Toyota
We never finished the brim. You don't know anything about cars? Me either. I don't either. No fucking shot, bro. Really big problem with one of my first cars was the battery was dying. I've had 3 alternators go out. The alternator is what spins and charges the battery. Alternator is one thing that the engine spins all the time in order to charge the battery. See, you do know something. I know enough. I know that I really need to get around to replacing the manifold on my 4Runner so that I can install the new carburetor system and it'll run well and I can use it as a work truck.
Ёпра, блин, сербилина.
Oh yeah, we're also getting, I'm getting into scab raids with a lot of time. "21 minutes, 22 minutes. Eagle. Oh, you suck. Oh. Oh. I was looking for a different gun. Nice cock. Have you seen 30 minutes though? No, I don't think so.
Хуелоты, бля, а ты хуелоты, конец тебе, блядь!
I think there's a cutter. Is that a cutter?
Давай, мочи их! Ну чё, шкура цела уже неплохо, а? Ха.
Can't imagine riding a scab, bro. Can't even imagine it, dog. With a TTV name, Head Eyes and Scabs, from a corner in the dark. He's just too good. He's just too good at the fucking game. I have no idea, bro. I don't care. He had a TTV name. It doesn't mean that he has a TTV. I couldn't give a fuck less. I'm gonna sell this stuff and then I've got to end stream. Or, well, let's watch. Never mind. We can watch this video tomorrow. Yeah. I'm gonna end stream there. I've got to go downstairs and take care of my nieces. They were screaming at me a few minutes ago. Thanks for stopping by, bud. I'm going to take care of mi familia. Mi familia. The best thing about this event is going in as a scav and being able to pick up cultist stuff with really good ammo. They're spawning with incredible ammo. Sometimes they spawn with shit ammo, but earlier I went in on a scav and I came out with 90 rounds of PPBS Sigolnik. It's in one of these. PPPP. Yeah, there's those. Quakemaker's, it's mid. And since the cultists are like 100% spawn, this is also a plus. I'm going in on scavs and sometimes I'm getting cultist knives off of scavs. So there's that. Oh yeah, we can buy these. So we sell we sell the ones we get and then we buy these whenever we want to go. It's such a shit show to go to labs. I do have labs cards this way. Where is it? Lubes. They spawn on scavs. No, the cultist knives don't spawn on scavs. 10 of each. I don't remember that task. Yeah. This is a Spectre. A Spectre. But it's got a top mounted. We can't do this. It was a daily. Oof. Oof. They've changed some ammo. And that was the only way to get your Jaeger rep up. I do remember. All right, bud. I appreciate you stopping by. I'll be back tomorrow morning. If you're up, feel free to stop by, bud. I appreciate it. I like talking to you.